We're good to go. Panda! Oh, hello, Panda. That did not come through for me. Let me try.
Do it.
Oh, it came through that time. Obviously, it just hates you. How you doing, buddy? Have you recovered from your concert last night? Right, let's get back to it. Now that we're in the... now that we are Sid. I mean, we're still Clive, but we are also Sid. Oh yeah, we can't. That's just a balcony. Kind of. Ended up... half the night with the shits. Lovely! Well, you have my sympathy on the shits front. I had that not too long ago. That's what I had last week. I think there's genuinely a stomach bug going around. Because I was down for about 3 days with it. So, I hope that's not the case for you, my friend. Let us speak to Otto.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip around the Duchy's balls.
And you were in before
They've strung up everyone who's ever
before
set
Flanagan
eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne.
Gonna have to tell him to pick up his game.
Restore the House of Rosfield to power. I know it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of
Fuck
curse
that
breakers
shit, bruh.
are already on their way to the inn.
We're gonna get
They
Martha
should
back.
speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Where is she?
I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
She's gonna be dead. She's gonna die. Hello, Doris.
Clive, Sid. Cole and his men left earlier. I can have another party ready, if you deem it necessary.
Jill, you get around
Martha
pretty
is a
quick.
survivor. We'll find her.
Indubitably.
Here for another of my lectures? One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way toward a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And of course, to pay attention during my lectures. It would not do to appoint the storied Ninetails as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice.
I admit.
When I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Canva, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life, and we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely have proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease of life as personal tutor to a band of outlaws, no less.
A far more reputable fellowship.
Than anything in the academic world, I assure you.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Valistea, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its lands even now remain untouched by the blight. It is a blessed country indeed.
Or at least, it was.
Until Sam Breck elected to invade, and establish a new holy capital upon Twinside's heretofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I loved so changed, and even more to know that I did not predict it. I knew that Emperor Sylvester had designs on the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme, the seat of the Holy Empire since its inception, seemed too audacious a move even for him.
Allow me to educate you.
The state of the realm. By speaking with Vivian in the Hideaway's map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-on in Valistea, revisit any of the Ninetales' past lessons, or take a deeper look at the relationships of those individuals in Clive's orbit. The Grand
Here's
Cast.
the latest information I have.
The Grand Cast. Here you can view a detailed visualization of characters' relationships in Final Fantasy XVI that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Use L1 and R1 to cycle through pivotal milestones in Clive's adventure. Steed and Rider. So this is in the marches, in the early years. Archduke and the Duchess, man and wife, produced Clive and his brother Joshua, who are childhood friends with Jill Warwick, and whose dog was Torgal. The Knight of Flames. Interesting. Situation
One must
map.
understand one's place in the world.
The situation map. Here you can view a detailed overview of current and past events relevant to Clive's story that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Cycle through, yes. Okay. Yeah, so it's...
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
If you need volunteers, just say the word.
Have you finished sorting those reports?
It's not that I don't trust Cole to do his bit, you understand? It's that I don't trust the Empire to show any of us.
To the side quest. Talk to the ferryman.
Welcome back, Sid.
I'm leaving. Who is dressed more like Chiaron than Chiaron.
Damn blighted bilge. Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull,
Everything's roses. The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
that's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts.
Oh.
Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not me bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed,
Live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
Cork and ball. Get it, like cock and ball? Oh, it's not all happy now. It's all dreary and sad. Is it still the same enemies?
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
That's it.
Stole Torgal's kill. Pitcher wax. A sticky substance found in the pitcher of a carnivorous plant which thrives in the Rosarian lowlands.
I can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Yeah, it seems like the Ramu stuff is going to be for more ranged. More ranged maneuvers.
finished.
Discharge 50 blind justice lightning bolts, including battle mercy. Back, had to restart Windows 11 install. Windows 11. Yeah, I'm still on good old Windows 10. Because apparently I don't qualify for Windows 11. Some kind of system requirement isn't met. Who knows? Oh, let's see how these are doing. Easy. I mean, we are like 7 levels higher than it, so it probably should be. I take it you've not been at work today then, if you've been, you know, shitting for England. There's a shiny. There's 2 shinies. Correct. Yeah, I was saying, I think there's like a stomach bug going around because I had the same thing last week for like 3 days. So here's hoping that you don't have to deal with it for 3 days. Especially if you're gigging tomorrow. Not tomorrow, what am I on about? Saturday. God, my day's all messed up. Doesn't quite look so welcoming in the dreary overcastness that it is now.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Fucking Imperials.
Oh dear.
If they hurt Martha, they'll have the old rest to answer to.
Well, let's have a look at the shop.
They've killed my parent. I demand recompense.
How do?
Oh do. He must be from round here. And by here, I mean Shropshire.
Much obliged. Pretty well.
Right then, let's go and find Martha.
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
I'm sorry.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
Right, indeed.
You could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials descended like a storm. No one was spared.
Fucking Imperials.
Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all her efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards.
If
Should've let him
Martha
go after
gets
him.
killed too,
You take care of the people here.
We will.
I will not be pleased.
But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling.
Bearers.
I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Dark clouds gather. Right, and let's hand in our side quest. And then continue. No. With all eyes focused on the crystalline dominion, the fringes have begun to slowly fall into disarray as rumours of unspeakable atrocities abound. To make matters worse, trusted ally and friend to man and bearer alike, Martha has gone missing from her inn. Martha has been arrested by the provincial garrison, most likely for dealings with bearers, and taken west in the direction of Sorrowwise. Clive and Jill rushed to follow. Well, we didn't quite rush. We did go back to the hideout so we could hand in, like, a fetch quest.
Finish with that, lads.
Welcome back, Sid.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Indeed.
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh! Reeks like a chocobo's arse. Well, I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo. So your boat has a name. I didn't know.
I'm going to swallow the fly.
Same as me old
Only a
man.
little, like, midge one, but
He was
not
a
pleasant.
ferryman himself back before the blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Quest complete. Badge of Might +1. Awarded to soldiers for unparalleled displays of courage in the field of battle. The feeling of accomplishment it enkindles in the recipient's heart is thought to enhance future performance. What the fuck is the green stuff? Right then. We must protect Martha.
I'm sorry, Sid. We were too late. The Imperials have already left.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison will see. They've killed my bear.
Oi, look sharp!
Hey? What? Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
A good.
Sorson's touching hair on Martha's head. Oh, kill 'em all myself.
Yes, from your knees.
Look. Up ahead. Martha, are you hurt?
Nah, mate.
Don't
She's
worry
sound.
about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Cursebreakers, a unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning as a loose collection of like-minded individuals in Sid's Hideaway who chose to rid themselves of their bearer brands that they might serve the cause out in the field, the Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benamir, all under Otto's watchful eye. Cole, second in command of the Cursebreakers, who assists with the coordination of their troops' bearer-liberating activities under the supervision of his captain, Doris. Formerly a slave soldier for the Fist of the Republic, before being freed and taken in by those he now calls his brothers and sisters in arms.
The Black Shields.
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds. Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive.
Well, they've all succumbed
Martha,
to the Crystal's
do you
curse.
think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other Cursebreakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Okay, Martha.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Get the shiny. Stay down. It's not looking good.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
Genocide. Ooh.
No.
Damn it.
They weren't kidding when they were saying mature themes.
I
Mature
thought
themes
you
for the
lot
first
were
time.
all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
Bring it on, motherfucker.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long. Waken wind!
You lose indeed.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Quest complete. I would like to know what the green stuff is, though. This currency over here.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Is he in the little house? Yeah, chests still remain open. Good to know. No.
Found her.
Is he going to be alive enough to...
The abbot.
No. I have a few last dying words.
The bearers died protecting him. Calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
Oh. Oh, one of them does that.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cuttings will continue. Rosaria will never be safe unless we save her. Tell Matt to beg Sis Age and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Where are you?
In here! We found a survivor!
He's gone.
Clive. He's gone.
I could write this shit. Not that this is shit, I just mean, you know, in general. Shit in general.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... They didn't need to die like this.
Yeah, no shit, bro.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Arthur said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust
Ah,
himself
the dust, yeah.
from the casting.
You did look like
I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Release.
The fork to the drawbridge is back the way we came. It's where the abbot would have gone himself.
The Imperials of old would never have stooped so low as to defile a house of Griga, nor slaughter a man of faith in cold blood.
May their goddess have mercy on their souls. May their goddess not have mercy on their souls. Maybe they burn in the depths of Tartarus. An Araman, rank C. Oh, it's like a hunt. Sick. Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items.
You think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball. Nice try.
Move. Ugh.
Nice try. I needed that.
Smashed it, mate. Level up.
see that coming.
Good boy. Good boy, Tony.
That must be the bridge.
What gave it away? Is it its bridge-like nature?
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
You'd think you'd pour it from the middle of the bridge, as opposed
And
to
now they are truly free.
the bank where it can like just wash into the sludge.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Return to Martha's Rest. And we will run just in case we come across any enemies. But I do not think we will. Just in case we can get a little bit more experience, so I can overlevel even further. No. Well, there's a shiny. There is a shiny. There's two shinies. Oh, an adamantoise, yes. It was only a tiny bit of experience, but every little helps. Return to the eponymous Martha of Martha's Rest.
Oi, look sharp!
Hey, and they called themselves our countrymen. We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
No one survived then.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands.
It's not.
Cole
It's
said
on
you
the
cast
Black
their
Shields.
remains. That was good of you.
It's on the Empires.
Me. This was all my fault.
No. This is the fault of the Imperials.
You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumours started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
The Black Shields, an order of knights instituted by Empress Annabella. Of course, it's always her, in one of her first acts as vicereine of the newly established imperial province of Rosaria. They are tasked with purging the impurities from the province, which in practice primarily involves slaying bearers upon the slightest pretense.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
Is she like a thrall of Ultima, do we
What goes on
think?
in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think
Big
they
men
can
or big
come in
swords?
here again and
Or both?
threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Consider it done. Quest complete. Black blood. Oh, I didn't realize black blood was just to be traded for Gil. Ah, such a fool.
If you don't mind, Sid, I'd like to stay here with Martha. Just until she finds someone to guard the rest, that is.
Of course.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else would be out cold after what she's been through.
Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain.
Good. You had an orchestrion thing that I could
What are you
afford.
after?
The Founder's Footsteps.
Much obliged.
So, let's sell this fucking black blood. We have 35 of them.
A fair trade.
There we go. So we only lost
How old
6,000.
is it?
Is that fucking goblin coin to be sold as well? I just thought they were all crafting materials. Ah, for God's sake!
What are you after?
I'm such an idiot! Just the goblin coins, okay. And there's another 8,000, so we've
Is
gained
that everything? Very well.
in our interaction there. I'm assuming this is where we get to ride chocobos if we so choose.
Try not to move.
Oi, you there! Don't just pass me by.
Oh, he's a trader.
You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is,
Well, I don't like
are
to
you
toot my
willing
own
to use
horn,
it
but
or not?
beep beep.
It's a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos.
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that.
Maybe not then.
Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds.
Oh,
you've
it's
ever
going to
did
be
see.
What was the fucking
protect
chocobo's
travellers
name?
round
His
these parts from
chocobo.
bandits and the like.
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too.
Whiteheart is going to be
Now,
his
they're
chocobo.
back.
And I
Looking
can't
to
remember its
settle the
fucking name.
score. Oh, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world.
In all the world!
She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. I give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
Will do. Roland? Was your name Roland? Rowan.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
I keep wanting to say the name's Ambrosia, but I don't think it is. And I don't know why I've got Ambrosia in my head.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Oh, what's Ambrosia?
Speaking of brave birds.
It's going
Looks
to
like
be
they went that way.
Ambrosia. It's going to be Ambrosia, mate. White chocobo pinion. A pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plump posterior of a bandit bucking bow known to the provincials as Whiteheart. Pristine plume, possibly plucked. Pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plumpest. Pristine plume, possibly plucked from the a pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plumpest. Ow, piss. A pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plumpest. A pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plump posterior. There we go.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Oh, that's right. Don't let us see the eye on the other side.
Didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business.
He's like a fable
But I reckon
bandit.
someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they weren't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Stay down!
I tried to dodge. Just not very well.
To me, boy.
Slow.
Farewell.
We did it! There she is. Injured eye. It's Ambrosia.
White heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? That scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia.
Chills.
It is you.
Anything to do with pets,
survived.
Animals.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would.
Yeah, their corpses should be here, but they're not.
And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully they
three.
did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mound. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are.
Well, they do say the pets recognise their owners.
You born a lord or something?
Or resemble their owners. Did I say recognise?
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
Right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. Lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Right where you are. Oh, she got a cool eye patch.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She certainly does.
How much do I owe you?
Oh, don't worry about payment.
2 scraps of leather's the very
Exactly.
least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Yeah, and you've only got a scar that completely resembles the bearer brand.
Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Quest complete. The White-Winged Wonder. Ambrosia's Tack. Bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia. Quack! Displayed in Clive's chambers. Chocobo unlocked. Mount up. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia, and X to mount the chocobo. I shit my pants. Stefan! Thank you for the raid, bro. I appreciate it. How is everybody doing? Thank you all for joining me. We've just got our chocobo back in Final Fantasy XVI. So we're running around on our giant chicken. Boona! Yes, for those of you who don't know me, I am Boona. For the foreseeable future, we're going to be playing Final Fantasy XVI. I stream Sundays to Thursdays. Sunday through Tuesday. We go from 4:30 until 11. Or, you know, whenever we decide to stop. And Wednesdays and Thursdays we do 6:30. Or 6 until whenever we decide to stop. But yeah, thanks for coming in. How you all doing? Give me a second. Oh, playing some Bloodborne. Good choice. Have you played it before, or is this your first time? Bloodborne is my favourite Souls game until we can, or until I go through or give Elden Ring a proper go. Back to the hideaway.
Where's Gav?
But yeah, thanks for choosing me.
Gav should be back by now.
We'll check out Clive's chambers first. Doing good. I was fulfilling my end of a bargain. What were both ends of the bargain? If we hit our $100 goal, I had to play Bloodborne for a whole stream. Oh! I still think you got the better end of the deal there. As good as Bloodborne is, raising $100 is, you know, slightly better. A bird by another name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person. But for every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another 2 apart. I am gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say Whiteheart? You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing. Defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? Jill. I do not like Souls games, hence torture. Ah! Oh, I love Souls games. I assume it's the sheer, you know, slamming your face and head and whole body into a brick wall over and over again that you do not like. Ambrosia's tack. A saddle and blind is crafted especially for Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Even after being separated from her master, the noble steed served the people of Rosaria in his stead, protecting the defenceless from the merciless, just as a good shield should. If we'd hit $300, I'd have had to attempt to beat it if we hit... Oh... Almost. Almost. Yeah, I do think Bloodborne's the best one. It's the most fluid.
If Martha's gonna get back on her feet, she'll need
Yep,
our
sure
help,
don't.
whether she wants it or not.
Yeah, for me it's like it's the most arcadey. The combat's fastest
Welcome
paced.
back, Sid. How am I getting on? Ah, about as well as you'd expect of a barmaid pouring sour ale for penniless outlaws in the middle of the Deadlands. And it'd be worse than that if Molly here didn't make the best stew this side of Stone here, even if it is mostly just yesterday's leavings. Don't tell her you heard that from me, though.
Buy a round for the haul.
Honestly, Sid, you're too nice for your own good. Do you hear that, ladies and gents? The next round's courtesy of the realm's most brilliant...
How are you doing anyway today, my friend? Do I get a trophy for that? I best get a trophy for that.
Oh, keep your mug handy.
Bruh! I am well, can't complain. How are you, sir? How's the game? I am also well. I cannot complain. The game is still awesome. We've unlocked the next time jump. Gav is now missing an eye.
Missed that scowl.
Sid is dead. We are now the new Sid.
Report? What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
And we're just like starting
Time words you're after. You're fishing in the wrong boat.
where the game properly opens up, I assume.
Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's Head?
Yes, because we destroyed the Empire's crystal. The Drake's Head, we destroyed that one, and that's where Sid died. Drake's Tail, a mother crystal located in the Crystalline Dominion. It is one of only 5 remaining in Valistea, and is the largest of its kind. Silhouetted by the setting sun, the islands of the Dominion spread out before it. The tail is truly a wonder to behold.
And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first.
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
To see what Waloed will do.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming.
They'll never see me coming.
It's time we moved on the mother crystals.
I feel the creators were Persona 5 fans.
4 mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia.
I assume Drake's
Spine
Tail
in
is the
Waloed.
last one we'll go for.
And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
If it's the biggest.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us...
Yeah, fuck that guy.
His traps. There is one place, however, where nobody is expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the 7 High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities.
Hey, that's the one.
Wait, Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for?
The Crystalline Impasse, a conflict fought between the Holy Empire of Sanbreque and the Republic of Dhalmekia in the year 878, largely concerning control of the Crystalline Dominion. The Dominion had previously been the subject of a non-aggression pact between the Valistaean nations, but in 873 the Empire claimed Twinside for its new capital, an act which eventually spurred the Dalmecs into military action. And the 7 High Houses. The highest noble houses of old Rosaria, of which House Rosfield is the first and foremost. They have their roots in the ruling dynasties of the small independent nations that were united upon the founding of the duchy. The houses had a prominent voice in ducal politics, but this was silenced when the region fell to the Empire, and Empress Annabella took Rosaria's reins. Yeah, that bitch. Cannot wait to take her head. Aww. They were kinda holding hands. Are those like the bounty, the notable things? What are they called? Notable marks or something? New facilities. The following hideaway facilities are available. Alliance reports, the Patron's Whisper, and the Hunt Board. Yes, all 3 located near Otto and Ernest. The Little Moogle!
What are we waiting for, indeed?
On autumn's breath.
Oh, we heard that. We heard that one. We've heard that one.
While home in twain or more.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria. That broom's as ragged as...
So Martha's all right?
Yep. Oh, that's why it's so lucky. Doesn't sound like anywhere is safe. Not that I'm planning a journey.
Hello, goat.
Oh.
So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel. They're still with us in our hearts.
Sid.
When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name, gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid.
Oh, same old.
Innit? Otto's got me reading through reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now, and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back in the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though, I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest.
So,
If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me.
here you go. Think you can help?
Boo.
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Hello, Desiree.
Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll. Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing to sorting Stolas reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since I learned my letters from Yara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honour goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Yara will be proud of me, too, were he with us today.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Yara, in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing. It inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Talk of the tea house. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. Heart-struck dowager. So that gets us lots of stuff, including ability points, and that gets us 1 meteorite. So we'll just get the one with the ability points first. Oh, we can get both. I see. It's not spending it. It's just. I see. Our audit is one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again.
All yours.
The blood axes.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Hello, Nectar. Clive, there you are, Kupo. I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Nectar?
The matter is this, Kupo.
The hunt board. It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo. I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help, as I need to remind you, Kupo, I am the mightiest of all the Muggles. No fiend of the forest or ghoul of the greensward. Oh, so I need you to slay them all, Kupo.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers
Let's
are
go
too busy
kill
to help,
some big-ass
perhaps I
bastards.
can. Or at least I can try.
Oh, thank you, Kupo. It's so good to have found someone who understands me, Kupo. I'll stay here then and keep an eye on all the billets that get posted on the board. So if there's anything you need to know, Kupo, I'm your Moogle. Ask about his adventures. Did I ever say about the time I visited the great continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Billy bullshit over here. Look at these wings. They look like a sword that might carry a Moogle across countless leagues of open sea. They call me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. I don't think we need to ask about those other things. We know about those things. Reports of fiends terrorising the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes, such as Clive, will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. So we did slay the Ahriman, the Angel of Death. So the Ahriman, remember the Blood Axes stationed at Martha's Rest, reported that he had been set upon in the marches by an otherworldly horror with a single staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws black as night and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror, but if a battle-hardened blood axe cannot cope with the mere sight of such a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of curse-breakers travelling in the opposite direction, and warned them of a wicked, winged harpy on the road ahead, his eyes wild and flickering. Though the curse-breakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through the pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. And Belphegor. Reports have been received of a wild avis striking size, making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border, that we might cut down the fiend before it makes trenches of the nearby village. Well, we're going to be doing the Angel of Death first. Oh, and there's a side quest down there.
And how may I assist you today?
Allow me to educate you.
Here you are. Very good.
I just need to clear the notification from my map, otherwise it will really annoy me. I don't think it's much of a muchness. Excuse me.
That broom's as ragged as goat's locks.
That's rude. Goat can't help it.
There's trouble in Rosaria.
Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
If only we could fast travel within the hideout. Cross the bridge, please.
Moving along now, Martel. You'll try your apple soon enough. See, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything
Speak away.
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this
What's wrong with his
first
face?
harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You
Oh, for
some,
God's
did you?
sake.
Seems better them coming from you.
I shall be back. Gotta go. Fold clothes. Enjoy.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
You do what you gotta do, man.
She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets
More
some.
food delivery.
Martel apples, they're called, in honour of her memory. You hear that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
Hearts. Martel apples. A basket of Martel apples grown and hand-picked by Cormac for sample by hideaway residents. It's on the other fucking side again. Boo! No enjoyment will be had. Well, I tried. Be miserable then.
Did you come through the forge today?
I've just gone the long way around. No well.
And you say Sid built this place? Perhaps they're old enough for the sins of Zemeckis. There was a time I only had eyes for Otto. But then I saw the light, and his name is Cole.
They say removing a brand is almost as painful as getting one.
Yeah, but you won't have a brand anymore. I mean, you'll have a scar that's shaped like a brand, so I'm still uncertain as to how no one has noticed. But, you know.
Once the Dalmecs have laid siege to the Dominion, very little will be leaving Twinside, including the many medicines distilled there.
Let's suspend our disbelief. Treatment diary. Today Clive visited the infirmary to have me dress a laceration on his left forearm. I cleaned and stitched the wound and instructed him to rest the arm so that it could heal. But not an hour later he was leaving on another mission. This must be the 100th time he's disobeyed my instructions. The next time he comes to me for treatment, I'm tying him to the bed. Understandable.
So Martha's all right.
Yep.
Fabian.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Corentin?
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Boom, boom.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab 'em right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Byron Rosfield, there you go. Younger brother to the late Archduke Elwyn and Warden of Port Isolde, a thriving trading port in the south of Rosaria. Byron inherited a small fortune from his noble family, which he built into a large one by virtue of his mercantile wiles and the adventurous spirit. There is not a trading house nor a tap house in Valisthea and beyond that does not have a tale to tell of Lord Byron Rosfield.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they?
They are indeed.
I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
Sure.
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Can't remember the last time I had fresh fruit.
That broom's as ragged as a ghost.
Shut up.
Think it's all right to touch him?
I don't know. You go first.
Chocobo, chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says bluebird, flap harder, says crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
Well, that took a turn. Bum, 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 bum.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
That she does.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Quest complete. A basket of slightly stunted, somewhat sweet apples grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martel. May she rest in peace. Still, we'll grow something worth eating one of these days. When we do, you'll have first pick. I remember her. We rescued her out from some spiders out in Goatland's Bales. Oh, we have to go there. Hawk Cry Cliff, Southern Rosaria. From these heathered highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalith Castle, and everything else in between. Ah, more Mass Effect music. Southern Rosaria.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unaware.
His eye.
Besides,
singular.
He has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
To liberate our people.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past.
Now it's my turn.
If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We'll face it together then.
To the end.
To the very fires of Mordor.
Come on.
Bloodlines, bloodlines.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Make for Amber.
Stay down!
Oh, there's a shiny. Oh. You all bossed that one already. I don't want to fight you, bro. Oh, there's a shiny over there. Let us get the shiny. Ah, you little bitch.
Give me thunder! Nice try. Fire and flame! Too slow. Nice try.
killed it! We did that time. Now surely there's a chest down here. Nope. Okay. A mini cenotaph. Boo. That is what you are. Are there any chests here? No. Very warm in here now. Hawkscry Cliff.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing, we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
The Black Shields, I presume.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. Twould be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to.
We're going hunting for outpath.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits.
You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire over their 100-foot legions.
I ain't got much, but what's mine is yours, for a price. I reckon that's fair. I'd pay more if I could.
Let's buy you then.
There you are.
There you are.
Run along now, before one of the boys starts thinking you're something you're not.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen him, didn't you?
Yes, they were kind of hard to miss.
Black Shields? Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
But what do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harbouring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
That song's gonna be stuck in my head now all fucking night. Why do I do these things to myself? Shallow rock.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you.
Is that
you are
so?
to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
And never come back.
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift.
Amber, a sleepy settlement nestled among the lofty peaks of southern Rosaria. Located far from the capital, its people survive by trading what produce they can coax from the stony soil, and what little else they can gather from the surrounding hills.
But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pole.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosaria would have the courage to stand against the Empire?
Your uncle, bro.
A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Indeed. Oh.
Ever since the Apollo tree, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Stay down!
You're going to tell us what your idea is then, Clive?
Give me! You're finished! Stay down!
Some bombs? Bull's horn braid. Increases lunge damage really. Oh yeah, we didn't Bloodlines. Before Clive and Jill might claim their second Mother Crystal, they must first secure passage to the distant Iron Kingdom, something Clive believes his long-lost uncle in Port Isolde might be able to provide them, assuming they can get there first.
More of my mother's men.
That was rather straightforward. I'm sorry, but I've got to go and check the other path, just in case. I'm assuming there'll be something here. Blood.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
And fucking lots of it.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
I wasn't told shit, bro.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield of Rosaria.
Oh no!
Stay down!
Enemy slain.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Aldil. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
We hurry, but first, we go back and pick up the items that were on this path.
I needed that.
More treasure. Now, there was a drake up here, or a wyvern, I can't remember which one they are.
Nice try.
Oh, you bitch.
To me, boy. I've heard talk of
Damn it! Oh, for God's sake.
too slow. Nice try.
Awful fight. Woeful. Because now we got black blood. Let's kill these black shields and then we will go.
Suffer your cap no more.
You're finished.
Alright then. Onward! To Old Hill.
I needed that.
Right, I'm going to save. And then I'm going to go for a wee, fill up my bottle, all that jazz. Stretch my legs. If you've been here for the 2 and a bit hours that I have, I would recommend that you do the same, but no pressure. So I'll be gone for 10 minutes tops, so back here at 20 past. But hopefully it won't be that long. So I will throw up the BRB screen. I'm going to throw some ads up as well, because that way we'll avoid pre-rolls when we come back, which is useful. So, see you shortly. And I'm back. Oh, we're only gone for 5. It is good. So then, on we go into Old Hill. Old Hill. That was a really inopportune moment to just sprint.
Find something, boy. Death.
A huge pile of branded corpses.
Oh, found her.
This was my mother's doing.
'Cause she's a massive cunt.
But why? Why would anyone...
I just told you. Unless, again, she is a thrall of Ultima.
But this...
Rather than just...
Clive.
Intrinsically evil.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
Say a little prayer for you.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
Chest hunting time. Aren't we already wearing that? Yes. Clive, the treasure hunter. Ah, yes, so that's where it comes out. let's leave this corpse-filled town.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
Any sparklies over here? No.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
Ah, the fact there's no chest back there. Oh, there's one up here instead.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
Nobody tells me nothing. In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our homes.
We won't survive another night.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed! Begone!
How am I to sell?
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
I'm hungry.
You find no succor to the South Travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Those bastards.
The Empire would have us live in the Deadlands.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
It's over. Enough.
Collateral justice. The Silken Strand.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Just here.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Out elsewhere.
Let us pass! My children are starving!
The Vice-Regency, the imperial province incorporating the lands that were once Rosaria, ruled over by Annabella, former Duchess of Rosaria. One of her first acts as vicereine was to institute a new order of knights, the Black Shields, who were dispatched to every corner of the province to maintain order. They would later come to serve as her personal army, settling her grievances against bearers and ducal loyalists. Port Isolde, a port city situated on the southwestern coast of the imperial province of Rosaria. Only Rosalith rivals it for size, and in the glory days of Archduke Elwin's reign, its streets bustled with traders from across Valathia. Sadly, those days are long since gone, and Sambraquois occupation has seen everything from marketplaces to military institutions subverted to the will of the Empire.
Have mercy!
Voice-ridden dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep!
Better out there than in here!
More than enough room to
Fuck
sit.
off!
Hang the chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all!
I said, where were you, filth?
Back to your stall!
Cut you down where you stand!
Destroy it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Oh, so we're going through the Lazarus bit. The noble
I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
As you say.
If you're sure. And the entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Black light burns. The taint of Empress Annabella's cruelty spreads without cease across the land Clive and Jill once called home. But there are those who would stand against the dark tide, those such as the Guardians of the Flame.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Our last crystal just shattered. What are we gonna do now? Drink rainwater from puddles? Eat our rabbit raw?
We numbered 6 when we left our village. 2 died on the road. Another passed just last night. Worry I might be next.
Half the guards at that gate are Rosarian. They've sold their souls for the promise of a warm bed. Not that I can blame them. The Empire's left us nothing. Open the damn
Why
gate!
won't you let us in?
Not a step closer! Where are our crystals?
I mean, it kind of makes sense that there's no chests in among the refugees, because what do they have? But I'm still kind of disappointed there are no chests. Right then, to the Lazarus. Can't make up my mind if jumping's faster or not. The Lazarus district.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
In 5 years. This deterioration in 5 years.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
What would you...
Or not.
Enemies bested. Level up.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that.
Oh, it's what's his
and
fucking
he's long
face?
dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
Can't remember his name.
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us.
You give me the H?
Founder, it really is you.
Can't remember.
It is.
Sir Wade! Shit!
Sir Wade.
We can speak inside.
Oh, they're not dead. How convenient. The Lazarus District, an exclusive walled residential area situated just outside the eastern edge of Port Isolde. It was once the jewel in the city's crown, and home to many of the nobles of the duchy. However, after the Empire moved its capital to the Crystalline Dominion, Port Isolde was all but abandoned, and this once grand district was soon overrun with thieves and cutthroats.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after.
Sir Wade. A loyal shield of Rosaria, though he was thought to have died during the attack on Phoenix Gate, he somehow survived not only the disaster, but the Imperial conquest that followed. He and other like-minded shields took up residence in the abandoned Lazarus and formed the Guardians of the Flame, brothers in arms who fight for the restoration of the duchy. The Guardians of the Flame. A clandestine group of ducal loyalists who lead the rebellion against the Imperial occupation of Rosaria and Empress Annabella. Many of their number are drawn from those who survived the Imperial attack on Phoenix Gate in the year 860, who know full well the Empire's involvement in the duchy's fall. They make their home in the abandoned Lazarus district outside Port Isolde, from where they conduct their raids to free bearers from the Imperial yoke.
Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Why? The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
Make ready.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else.
I've returned from my expedition. How's things?
If
Things
I
are
do
good.
nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on
We have
my
been
hands.
reunited with Sir Wade from the beginning of the game, from the swamps, who we thought died in the Phoenix Gate, and he is leading the resistance in Rosaria.
And ours.
How was
We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name.
How was the clothes folding?
It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
Was it as miserable as you made it out to be?
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
Is it going to be a brief cameo whereby he will die shortly?
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
It was boring and uneventful, so good. Well, at least it was good.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
You're telling me that's the Archduke's son?
You attacked us.
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
Allow me to tend to your needs, my lord.
A desert rose. Despite its rose-like appearance, this delicate sandstone formation found in the deserts of Dalmekia is no rose, but instead an inexplicable peculiarity of nature, a reminder that humankind will never fully comprehend the world in which we live. It is also said to bring good luck. We'll buy some of those.
As you wish, my lord. Our thanks, my lord. I'm sure that it will prove useful.
And we will also sell our second demon sash.
May it serve the cause well.
Buy some
Will that be all?
potions.
Of course, my lord.
That will indeed be all. Right then, just before we speak with Wade, I'm just going to draw the curtain and put the light on because it's getting dark. Yeah, now I can open the window slightly wider because the wasps have gone to bed. It looks like the wasps are building a nest not far from my window, so we're going to have to get someone in to deal with them. But it's fucking warm in this room. The rest of the house is like acceptable. But it's very, very warm in here. What with the laptop and the computer and the TV and the PS5.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills.
The Black Shields. While they most often march in small groups, their main host has been known to rally together to conduct large-scale raids. They are tasked with purging the impurities from the province, to which end they conduct cullings of both bearers and those judged to be ducal loyalists. The Cullens. After being made vicereine of the newly annexed Rosarian territory, the Empress Annabella quietly established a host of loyal Imperial soldiers, the Black Shields, to maintain order. Though branded as keepers of the peace, their true purpose is to carry out what has become to be known as cullings, or brutal massacres of provincial bearers and those who show them sympathy. The killing is swift and indiscriminate, with the shields dispatched serving as judge, jury, and executioner, and the chaos left in their wake is usually enough to deliver entire settlements to ruin.
This will allow us to wage battle
Take
on the
that
bridge
shit down
without
before
fear
it
of
gets
being
bigger. Also,
overwhelmed.
oh no,
While
mate,
the Black
I know.
Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units.
There's like
which
12
we
or
can
so
use
that
to
just
our
like
advantage.
constantly buzz around
How
the
small exactly?
corner just above
Small
my
enough. Now
above
that
my
I have
room.
you and Lady Jill for company.
Like just onto the roof.
I doubt I could have done this
So
on
I
my
have
own.
like my window cracked ever so slightly until
was your
night
plan.
when I open it. Open it wider. But
You
yeah,
haven't
wasps
changed a
are the
bit.
bane of my existence.
So wait. The bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good.
Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Fuck them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got birds that nest sometimes as well here, and so I was hoping they'd like eat
Thank you,
them.
Sir
but
White.
they've only ate like 3 or 4.
Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shield.
Vengeance.
And so we shall.
It don't matter if you're black or white. Party members. Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. I assume we still can't go anywhere else? Yeah. So let's drop a save so we can get Wade in on this. Yeah.
We'll keep them from
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
It always does.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village, we tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Look at me sideways. How is the Black Shield?
Come along now. We'll find another bridge.
I think not.
Bastards are lucky I didn't have my hands.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
Charge!
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Viceroy. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame! For us area!
For us area!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for them.
aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
Oh, a dragoon.
A
We've
noble
not seen one for a
stand,
while.
albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point. That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Oh, fuck.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him? To me, boy.
Easy. Get fucked.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
Did it?
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord. Perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Fingers crossed.
Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well.
Absolutely not.
She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
Begin again.
I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place.
Come, join us at the hideaway.
As it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it. As we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Black or white. Magic dash, meteorite.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience. Especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Seal obtained. You accept the burnt blade from Wade.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
Rude.
If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Portisolda, the imperial province of Rosaria. And they're like behemoth horns. Rosfield Manor.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. He needs to string us up himself.
Sounds like there's a big dude. Oh no.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue!
Fuck is this?
You would mock me as well?
Byron Rosfield, younger brother of the late Archduke Elwin and Warden of Portisolda. After the duchy was incorporated into the Empire and Byron stripped of his titles, he shut himself away in his manor and gladly volunteered every gill of the onerous taxes and tariffs with which he was newly burdened, all to avoid drawing the Empire's ire and to keep their attentions from his support for the Guardians of the Flame.
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod.
Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious
chills, bro.
flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still?
Like panto acting and I'm still fucking getting chills from it.
Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Madu in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy. It's really you.
My boy.
You always were fond of that scene from The Saint and the Sectary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach.
Go.
Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford. So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. It's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you
I assume
shall
those big
have.
cats are curls as well.
I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. Besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your brother's.
On your own, of course.
Oh.
You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy. But now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford? Fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Jenkins, fetch me my good rifle. Mate, if Jill dies out here and this is how we get Shiva, I am
She's a
gonna
fine
fucking
ship, isn't
flip my
she?
lid.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days.
If she dies while we're destroying this crystal.
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
A monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive.
Kiss, 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 kiss.
I must atone for my sins.
Ugh.
Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now,
She didn't say the words.
let's get some
She
sleep.
did not promise, she nodded.
The journey back to Bendermere is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Noted. Yes. Note that shit. Few are the days when the air about the city's piers is not alive with the barks of busy stevedores, loading and unloading vessels hailing from all corners of the realm and beyond. Back to the hideaway. Note that shit. Here be monsters.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
What was I doing? Going to read the journal. Here be monsters. The ship Clive secured from his Uncle Byron is moored safely in the harbour of Port Isolde, waiting to ferry him and Jill to the Isle of Justanus, where Drake's breath rises from the boiling sea. The two return to the hideaway to complete their final preparations to bring down not only the Mother Crystal, but the patriarch who saw Jill enslaved and forced to kill for his kingdom.
It will be over soon. One way or another.
Against the gloom of bygone days, bolts of flame take flight. From glowing embers, beacons blaze to see us through the night.
Aaron Alvey, he is not.
Maeve over there's the best thing to happen to the hideaway since, well, ever. she's got a smile like sunshine, and she can pull an ale like no other.
I didn't take you for a scholarly van.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
Pre-roll ads are back.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first tunnel worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Sure.
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine. I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Something from the
only
plants?
that the sweetest violets
Yeah.
sprout atop the bed of roses.
The death
Roses.
plants.
Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
You do that, Clive. Now to Hippocrates. We'll read through all of our new fucking...
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid? Because you can't have this one till we've finished.
Read through all the new entries.
My knowledge is yours. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Ooh.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Otto. Chief Steward of Clive's hideaway, Otto continues to serve the same role he did under Sid, being the primary person in charge of all monies and information coming into and going out of the hideaway. Hugo Kupka. Permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian Parliament and dominant of Titan. He has little love for his country, taking advantage of his position to benefit himself and himself alone. After learning that Sid the Outlaw, the man who slew the love of his life, Benedicta Harmon, still lives, he tasks his personal guard with capturing and torturing bearers in order to draw out his nemesis and take his revenge. Charon. One of Sid's most trusted allies, after Sid's hideaway was laid waste to by Hugo Kupka and his minions, she and her hard-working yet long-suffering apprentice Goots followed Clive to the new hideaway in Benamir, where they serve him in the same capacity they served his predecessor, sourcing whatever supplies her fellow residents are in need of. Goots. Apprentice to Karen, an ally of the hideaway. After Sid's hideaway was reduced to rubble at the hands of Hugo Kupka, he followed his nan in joining Clive at their new home on the lake. He has a keen interest in smithing and spends what little spare time he is granted heating and hammering metal, just as Blackthorn showed him. Ambrosia. Clive's personal steed. After losing her master at Phoenix Gate, Ambrosia found a new flock and led them in defending honest merchants from beasts and bandits, earning herself the love of the locals and the name White Hart. Indeed, it was one local's insistence that she be defended in turn that led to her happy reunion with Clive. Nectar. The hideaway's resident Moogle, whom Sid found trapped between fallen ruins and brought back to his deadland home. While all others hear its words as naught but a succession of adorable Kupo-like cries, Clive is somehow able to make sense of them, learning that the creature professes to be a mighty hero who would see the terrible fiends that plague the realm laid low, for which purpose it persists in drawing Clive's attention to the hunt board. Blackthorn. Resident blacksmith of Clive's hideaway, where he keeps the new Sid the Outlaw and his allies well outfitted with arms and armour. Though he is usually a sullen and secretive sort, his knowledge he is happy to share with Goots, who has long been eager to learn the art of smithing. Hippocrates II Hyperboreus. The hideaway's resident historian. After Sid's death and the destruction of his home, he joined Clive at the new hideaway, establishing a grand library within the walls of the fallen ruin from whence he continues to share his knowledge with any who will listen. He has taken the orphan twins Tet and Crow as his apprentices, though they have yet to prove them, and though they have yet to prove the most attentive audience. Martel, a young bearer who assisted Bohemil in his research into growing crops in the blighted soil of Sid's hideaway. Alas, she was gravely wounded during Kupka's attack on their home. Though she was able to escape the wreckage with some of the saplings that were the fruit of their labours, she succumbed soon after. The trees were replanted in Clive's new hideaway, and the apples they bore named Martel in her memory. Desiree. Scribe and secretary for the hideaway, Desiree is also entrusted with the keeping of all donations to the cause from Clive's allies and patrons. Though she could neither read nor write when she first came to the hideaway, Desiree laboured night and day to learn her letters, and now the quill is never far from her hand. Her ever-cheerful demeanour is a bright light to those who make their homes atop the blackened mere. No! Oh, okay. Who's the no for? You'll have to let me know who the no is for. Martel? I assume you mean Martel. Maeve. Landlady of the Tub and Crown, the hideaway's much-loved alehouse, though she was born in Rosaria, her enslavement as a bearer saw her transported to Sanbreque to work its wheat fields. However, when the farmer was unhappy with the harvest and thought to make an example of her for her fellow slaves, the Cursebreakers stepped in to instead teach him the error of his ways. Kenneth. Chief cook at Sid's hideaway, who lost his life on the night of Hugo Kupka's attack. He was well loved. You were buffering, I had a flashback. Oh no. I did not realise. Yeah, no, we were all good this end. At least I think we are. Let me check. You've scared me. I'm scared. Nah, we're all green on OBS. He was well loved both for his ever-genial nature and the toothsome fare he concocted from the limited ingredients available in their Deadland home. Indeed, many of Kenneth's dishes remain on the menu in Clive's new hideaway. Tet. One of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice he spends most of his time reading books and teasing tomes with his sister Crow. Though their parents were both bearers, Tet was spared that burden. Alas, he was not spared the tragedy of losing both his mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Yeah, we good now, just a hiccup it seems. Oh, good. Crow, one of a pair of young twins who assist Harpocrates in the hideaway library, or at least are tasked to. In practice she spends most of her time reading books and teasing tomes with her brother Tet, born a bearer like her parents, but spared the prejudice and persecution that they were forced to suffer. Alas, she was not spared the tragedy of losing both her mother and father when Sid's hideaway was laid low. Yeah, let's try and avoid these hiccups, please, Internet and OBS and Twitch. Rutherford, manservant to Lord Byron and Rosfield. His daily duties touch all aspects of running his master's manor, whether that be the welcoming of guests, the preparation of meals, or the polishing of the intrepid nobleman's trophy collection. The Mysterious Watcher, scion of a lesser noble family of Dalmekia, tasked by Hugo Kupka to trace the whereabouts of Sid the Outlaw, the man he believes slew Benedicta Harmon. His investigations lead him to Eastpool, where he overhears Clive and Gav's conversation and follows the practice inside. A medicine girl. An orphan girl who pays for her bread by making and selling medicines. Valisthea. A realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash over which the Mother Crystals stand timeless vigil. Timeless, that is, until Sid and his disciples commence their campaign to bring each one, starting with Drake's Head, crashing down, spreading chaos and confusion throughout the great cities and nations of Valisthea. The Fall of the Hideaway. An assault by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, and his private guard on the first hideaway of Sid the Outlaw in the year 873. The safe haven established amongst forgotten ruins long consumed by the Blight was entirely destroyed, and many of Sid's collaborators and the bearers they had freed from servitude were slain. Sid's hideaway. A hidden refuge built on fallen ruins in the blighted lands of Central Storm, here Sid and his adopted family of freed bearers from across the Twins made their home. That is, until the fledgling utopia was brought crashing down after its location was discovered by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan in the year 873. In but a single night the hideaway was destroyed, fewer than half managing to escape the slaughter visited upon them by Kupka and his men. Old Hill Docks, a once thriving village of shipwrights located at the mouth of the Talons, Rosaria's largest bay. Its people were slaughtered at the hands of the Vice-Regency's Black Shields, after it was discovered that the Guardians of Flame were sheltering bearers there. Buet Bridge. a bridge built in the golden days of the duchy that spans part of the bay known as the Talons and connects eastern Rosaria with the capital of Rosalith. It was originally meant to be part of the Trans-Rosarian aqueduct that would carry water to northern areas affected by the Blight, and with it employment for local craftsmen and tradespeople, but this plan was abandoned when Archduke Elwyn died. Hawk's Cry Cliff, a location in the southern part of the imperial province of Rosaria known for its distinctive rock formations. There are myriad theories as to how the unique stratification was achieved, from natural shiftings of the earth to clashes of bygone icons to lost fallen magics. The people who live in their shadows, however, such as those residents of the tiny village of Amber, will merely tell you a rock is a rock. That is deep. Oriflamme, former capital of the Holy Empire of Sanbreque. After its mother crystal was destroyed in an attack by Cid the Outlaw in the year 873, the decision was made to move the throne and her armies south to the Crystalline Dominion, regardless of whether or not the Dominion's citizens approved. Oriflamme has since fallen gradually into decline, having lost the mother's blessing and all the benefits it brought. The fall of Drake's Head. In the year 873, Cid the Outlaw, along with certain of his allies, infiltrated the Sanbrequois capital of Oriflamme, bringing down its mother crystal in a daring and unprecedented attack. Investigations after the fact concluded that the infiltrators took advantage of the disturbance caused by an ether flood to gain entry to the Empire's holy sanctum. In the aftermath of the incident, Cid was declared a wanted man, and the faction he led a criminal enterprise, to be hounded across Valisthea. The Dalmatian Republic. Also home to the mother crystal known as Drake's Fang, inside which stands Castle Dazbog, home of Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan. Kupka, obsessed with finding Cid and exacting his revenge for the murder of Benedict Harmon, co-opted the soldiers of the realm and had them commit a series of atrocities in an attempt to flush him out of hiding. Northreach. When Sanbreque moved its capital to the Crystalline Dominion, Northreach went from being a vital gateway to the seat of the Empire to a forgotten country backwater in a matter of moons. And with the fall of Drake's Head, the ether was soon leached from the lands around it, leaving the fields fallow and the once thriving environs barren and lifeless. Drake's Fang, one of Valisthea's 5 remaining mother crystals located in the Dalmatian Republic. Unlike its sisters, who jut from the earth to tower above the landscape, Drake's Fang is completely enclosed within the vast hollow of an ageless mountain, its citrine fingers reaching inward to the barrow's heart. Excavation of these crystals has over centuries showered the Dalmex with a substantial fortune, and as such is seen as a symbol of the nation's prosperity. The Kingdom of Waloed. The sole surviving nation in Ash, Waloed has its capital in Stonehere, home of the Mother Crystal of Drake's Spine, ruled over by Barnabas Tharma, dominant of Odin and Warden of Darkness, who has long harboured ambitions of extending his reach into the neighbouring continent of Storm. Somewhat surprisingly, the Sanbrequois Empire's incursion into the Crystalline Dominion prompted no immediate response from the king, who appears to be biding time and considering his next move. Drake's Spine, a mother crystal situated in Stonehere, capital of the Kingdom of Waloed, its sheer walls strikingly similar to the towering cliffs that line the coasts of Ash. The interior can only be gained by means of a solitary stone span that stretches from the heart of the city proper. Being the last remaining mother crystal on Ash, the crystals harvested from its surface are a vital lifeline for the Walooda people, but even then their number is far from enough to sate the kingdom's appetite, thus forcing her king to seek sources elsewhere. Non-Aggression Treaty, a pact in which was codified the agreement between nations to refrain from invading the Crystalline Dominion and laying claim to its mother crystal, Drake's Tail. It both cemented the Dominion's position at the centre of the world's politics and placed checks on the ability of key players to exploit that position. Magicked barriers. Some dominants have the ability to call upon a part of their icon's power to summon a ward, a nigh impervious barrier that no magic nor matter can cross. However, its maintenance requires a continuous channeling of ether through the summoner's flesh, taking a heavy toll upon them. The larger the barrier, the greater the burden. Ethereal Tolerance. The ability to resist the effects of ethereal exposure. This is higher in bearers and dominants, allowing them to survive concentrations of ether that would turn any human who lacks their gift. Some animals, including chocobos, also have a natural resistance to the effects of ether, but one of the many reasons why the birds are so beloved across the twins. Yeah, we know about priming. Airship. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships. They all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The men and women of the present day are wont to repurpose these ruins for their own uses. Both the village of Lostwing and Clive's hideaway in Benimir being built around the wreckage of a fallen airship. Beasts. Animals whose evolution has been warped by exposure to ether, some gaining the ability to cast magics. Unlike bearers, however, they seem to have developed like little ethereal tolerance, so it is not uncommon to encounter akashic beasts in the vicinity of ether floods. Wild beasts are sometimes tamed by humans for their use in warfare, the soldiers of Sanbreque having a particular fondness for those descendants of ancient dragons. Missives. The second simplest method of long-distance communication used in Valisthea. After whispering one's message to a travelling trader and trusting in the strength of their memory, though letters are more prone to interception than stolasses. They have the advantage that they can be sent to those one does not know. Their major disadvantage, that the majority of the common folk of the twins can neither read nor write, limiting their exchange to those of a certain level of education. Efforts are underway to offer such an education to the bearers of the hideaway, and many are already more confident readers and writers than their former masters. Notorious marks. While afield on their expeditionary excursions, the Cursebreakers will oft learn of creatures, or somewhat unsurprisingly humans, that for reasons varying from the loss of their natural habitat or a lack of food to overexposure to ether, have begun to exhibit uncharacteristically violent behaviour. Due to the threat they pose to the realm and her peaceable inhabitants, those terrors are deemed notorious marks, and a bounty placed on their heads. Mythos. The name by which Ultima addresses Clive, it appears to be his title for the vessel for limitless power, that he means to make of the young Lord Marquess. But to what end he requires such a thing, only Ultima knows. Vessel. A name that the being as Ultima gives to Clive. It appears to be synonymous with mythos. The Saint and the Secretary. A beloved Valisthean fable wherein good knight Sir Crandall of Camelot, servant of Saint Sybil the Unshod, does battle against the evil warlock Madhu. The story was a favourite of the young Clive Rosfield, and he would often act out scenes with his uncle, the young knight naturally taking the role of Sir Crandall, and his rumbustious uncle Byron, making a convincing Madhu. Almost there. Typhon. Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's Head, Ultima emerged from a tear in reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Ramu. The Warden of Thunder, whose power most lately awakened within Sidolphus Telemon. Dominance of the icon most often emerged from descendants of the Motes of Thunder, a tribe who once dwelled in the lands of Central Ash, lands that the kingdom of Waloed now lays claim to. Mayhap in part due to the tribe's comparatively advanced learning, Ramu is associated with wisdom and judgment to this day. Panthers. Archetypal predators known best for their brilliant spotted coats and proclivity to lives of solitude. They were panthers in his uncle's dining room. As is the case with most felines, the animals are severely strong-willed, and efforts by the Republican Army to harness their inborn speed and ferocity for use on the battlefield has been met with varying degrees of success. Ahriman. With their single, unblinking eye, these winged horrors ever scan the horizon, seeking their next victims, using their singular ability to bend the very air around themselves and leap across great distances to take prey unawares. Those few who manage to survive this preliminary assault, however, are soon faced with a second horror. A crippling curse whispered from the lips of an abyssal maw, leaving them with but moments to lament their fate. We did it!
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid?
No, we never want to look at a book again.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster. He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you too if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad without all the bloody dust.
All the bloody dust. Oh, the apples that you... All quiet in the Dominion. The Dalmecs and the Imperials are at a standoff. They snarl at each other, fangs bared like slum curs, but neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they both realise what a stinking pile of chocobo shit they've stepped in. If I were a man to lay wager, I'd put my coppers on this conflict not playing out any time soon. I shall keep you apprised. Gav. A flame none brighter. My Lord Marquess, I ask once again for you to give my men for your welcome back at the Lazarus, but certainly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expected to see at our gates. In the short time since our reunion, you have shown yourself to be the self-same man I followed into Stillwind those many years ago, a true bearer of your father's legacy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and all the others who were lost that night were still with us to see how bright your flame burns now. To you and your cause I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians, and am proud to stand alongside you once again. An apple a day. Lad from the yard ran up a basket of martels just this morning. Sweet as honey and crisp as the morning breeze they were. I told myself I was only going to have one, but I reckon if no one else listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nigel and his lot know they've done a fine job. It was a time you'd catch none but Sid supping on these, what for their foul bite. But for him, it was never about the flavour, but about what they represented. Our ability to make it on our own. And look at us now, Sid would be proud. Otto. Oh, we can. So we will do the side quest first. And then we'll do the hunt. Well, we'll check the board, see if there's any new ones, but we'll do the hunt after.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
She's done for us.
So, how the price of them turnips?
Perhaps I'd live longer if I bade this town farewell. I've grown rather fond of the old place.
Has Martha got out to say? It would seem she does.
We should have stopped them. We should have fought them off.
We didn't.
Never a dull moment, is there? Most folk round here.
I had no idea why the garrison attacked us. They had questions and they wanted answers.
So I told them everything.
About what we'd been trying to do for the bearers, and what the Black Shields ended up doing them. Some took the Empire's side, said it was all my fault. It was thanks to folk like me the Imperials were so angry. Patched up their stuff and left. But not before we made sure we'd put the wind up and bad enough that they wouldn't go breathing a word.
Reckon they'd spare you?
If they found out you'd been living near in a bearer haven this whole time, I said, seemed to do the trick. And on the bright side, it did get rid of everyone who ain't prepared to put their life on the line for what we're doing here.
This town is ours.
And we die to protect it, every last one of us.
A lot's changed since Eastpool.
Feels like nowhere in Rosaria's safe no more. Probably because it ain't. Them bastard Black Shields have been doing the rounds of the whole province, stringing up bearers wherever they go.
And it ain't just the bearers.
Any Rosarian brave enough to object to being robbed blind is likely to get the axe and all. That went Irish for some reason. So folk have stopped objecting. They know what fate awaits anyone who goes against the Empress's orders, so they just go along with them. Which makes us just as bad as them. The Black Shields ain't just taking our lives, they're robbing us of our pride as Rosarians.
Old Hill.
Another atrocity to add to the list. By the sound of it, it was the same as Eastpool and the Abbey. Someone was sheltering bearers, then word got out.
Founder's sake.
If only we'd got wind of what was going on before the Black Shields did, we might have saved him.
Come back soon, eh?
I remember you. You're the one who saved Norris way back when. He's doing well, you know. Sent me a letter. Got a little place of his own down by the border, where no one will ever find him. Touch wood.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the gill.
If you got the gill.
I do you for.
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, Times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Martha.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
Ambrosia won't help me here. Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
Easy. Unwanted violet. The tails of certain species of scorpion are prized as a delicacy. The trace amounts of poison remaining in their flesh lending them a certain piquancy? I'm going to say piquancy because I've never seen that word before. The common marsh scorpion, however, not only lacks a stinger but subsists on a diet of mudworms and bog moss, lending its flesh an altogether more troubling tang. Now I need to check what that word means, because I'm a nerd. A pleasantly sharp and appetizing flavour, spiciness. I see.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad.
Or any worse, at least.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
Indeed.
I did indeed.
Marvellous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
Yeah, they dropped the fancy food, the fancy cuisine from Final Fantasy XV. Ooh.
I present Chance's stew, risen
Some
once again from
time
the ashes
later.
of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss.
Is he dead? Almost.
Odin's teeth. What assault on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavours, but
fuck off, mate.
Never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're, welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I hope not.
I'm sure she will.
Quest complete. Badge of metal.
Could have sworn we had a few more. Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
Same way they never heard about us, I expect.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
His voice also does not match it.
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark.
He's got like a 15-year-old kid's voice and looks like a 45-year-old man.
But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what'd you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
Knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. We'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
Blacksmith's Blues. Who's making him talk?
A part of me thought Drake's head might be the last crystal we ever cracked. But I'm glad I was wrong.
It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Curse Breakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo. And post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all, painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. That's a good ventriloquist. The Curse Breakers don't just tack up any old rumour to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all of their hard work go to waste, Kupo. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. Did you see that the Curse Breakers give every billet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe, to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Did you see that all the billets are marked with a location, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorise every last place name in the whole wide realm. You're only human, Kupo. So if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witnesses to tingle your pom-pom. I love that. Try reading the witnesses statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. It's still just those. Okay.
I could have sworn we had a few.
Does that tingle your pom-pom?
That monster's taken quite a liking to it.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Can't you tell my stress has aged me 40 years?
It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like every clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. Now, every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was.
You whiny little fucking baby.
Yeah. You happy?
Yeah, you need to get over yourself.
Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
Boo! Another fucking runaround.
So, we find a cuirass, give it to Blackthorn, then he works out how to make it and goes back to being his surly old self, right?
Simple, too, if you gave him as many...
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the
I never knew that's how you pronounced that.
He told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it.
I was just
so
said cuirass.
So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already.
Sold
Didn't
it
think
already.
Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Next all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. Don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe... Cair Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
How did we never hear about
welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Pillow talk. Such is the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavours than making any endeavours of their own. For that I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly enamoured sort left this on this nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him. A busy courtesan.
All yours. Come again.
The berserkers of Southern Ash, known for their fearlessness on the field of battle, were known to wear these rings not only on their fingers, but pierced all over their bodies from head to toe. Scholars now believe the unnatural courage they displayed was a result of extended exposure to the concentrated ether imbued in the jewellery, that poisoned the blood of its non-bearer wearers and induced madness that ultimately became associated with battle frenzy. Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. That seems pretty good.
May have more for ya.
Did I hear you say you were hoping to hunt down a griffin, Kubo? Then do I have a billet for you, Kubo? An especially horrible one the locals call Dozmare. Or Dozmare. Dozmare. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Cairnorvant, one of our order was met with a sudden blast of wind so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks, and heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place of the elder griffin known as Dozmare, a beast much hated for its appetite for both chocobos and for children. Awesome. But we did that. Right. Yes, Clairview is where we want.
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
That's got to be it over there. Oh, okay. Aruna.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy.
Help me, boy.
Notorious Mark slain. Get wrecked. How did I?
Rest well. I know I will.
Right, the next one. Was not far from Caer Norvent. If I remember correctly. Get wrecked, scrub! Exactly! Yes! Yeah, so you have to be this way then, I think. Unless it's the other side of Caer Norvent. Have I been this way? Surely I've been this way. It looks pretty familiar.
Farewell.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive I've been here. But this was on the way to where we fought Garuda. Or not. No, yeah, that's where we fought Garuda. I just missed the chest before. So, probably... Is it like there? Let us check.
Good day to you.
But when can I go on a special errand for Master Quinton?
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
The Wages of Warcraft. That's pretty useful, to be fair. It said that in his 60 years as combat trainer, Rasset the Younger saw to the training of over 10,000 soldiers, focusing on efficiency over brute strength. Fortunately, before he passed, he dictated his earnings to one of his acolytes so that future generations might partake in his wisdom. Increases ability points earned in normal encounters by 20%. I think I want that.
I trust it's all here. Here's what we agreed on. You're always welcome here in Lostwing.
If you ever need a room, Sid, just say the word. I'll have a bed made up while you do.
To what do we owe the honour?
Take a seat where you like.
Lest you wonder.
It was never my intention to become the keeper of this inn, but when the opportunity presented itself, the benefits seemed all too obvious. For what better place to partake of the realm's dark secrets than in the company of thirsty travellers, made loose-tongued by the eagerness to wet their throats?
Yes.
My wine provides me information, even as it fills my coffers with coin. The coin I require to provide for my family.
If you must know.
The fall of Drake's Head has not been kind to the vineyards.
However,
your man Nigel's top dressing for the soil has prevented our beloved grapes from withering on the vine. And once again, we are in your debt.
regrettably.
It appears your tireless war on the Mother Crystals has served to diminish the efficacy of magics. To compensate for this loss, the bearers in my care now feel compelled to redouble their exertions. This, knowing full well they are under no obligation whatsoever to use their talents, and that by doing so they only hasten their march to a painful end. I sought to show them that there are other ways to live, but if they would instead choose death, perhaps they are better off in your care.
Until next time, Sid.
Good to see you, Sid, as always.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
Is it this way? No, it's this way. They clearly did not animate him with his left leg jumping first.
Good girl.
Faster!
Be safe.
It's over.
Oh yeah, what piece of gear did it unequip? I was sure it was going to be here. You little bastard. Another one of these things that we cannot do anything with as of yet. It's got to be here.
Griffins don't exactly make for
Yes.
easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman
Oh,
hasn't
there he
bitten
is
off
up
more
on
than he
the.
can chew.
You see him up on the castle. Let us save just in case we get wrecked. Bring it on, bitch! Dozmer.
Another work will have to wait. Vogel, look sharp. Nice, Charlie. Too slow.
Get fucked! Scarletite. One of the hardest metals known to man, scarletite is highly sought after by those with the means to pay its exorbitant asking price. A price determined not by its rarity, but rather due to the fact that a forge must employ no fewer than 5 healthy bearers to produce flames hot enough to melt the ore, at which time it takes upon the deep scarlet hue from which it takes its name. Woof.
Something there, boy.
The guy.
Could that be our man?
I'd imagine so.
You all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget.
Agreed.
Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best.
You would be
I'd
correct,
love
sir.
to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
Good.
Sure. Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
Surely we should get the griffin
See
hide.
that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you. Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
Treated leather. Right, there is one more. It's like out here. It's not in Port Isolde. No, it was near, yeah, East, no. Yes, Eastfall? Oh, I can't fucking remember. It wasn't Three Reeds. Just gonna Amber, Old Hill. Quiet Sands, Silken Strand. I don't think it was there. I'm gonna have to go and have a look. Wasn't Crooked Nash's PS, Horror Wilds, I don't think so. Green Sheaves, no. It may have been the Broken Hilt. Let's go have a look and see if it was the Broken Hilt. We're on a roll with these hunts. bitch.
It's over.
Yeah, there it is. I'm confident. We dicked the other bee monster. BRB, laundry calls again. No worries, man. Do your thing. Get them clothes.
The wild wyvern.
Oh, you little bitch. That's annoying. Smashed it! Got talked. And it was a higher level than us.
Oh, there aren't any more of them.
Huzzah! Right then, away we go, back to the hideaway. We'll go hand over the leather. First of all.
That monster's taken quite a liking to me.
And with a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer. How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
A sample of supple hide dressed to the artisan Camille's exacting standards. Does nary a trace of the barnyard musk of lesser leathers, instead smelling faintly of rose hips. Boom, boom. I don't know what rose hips are. I'm sure it smells nice. Maybe. It's got rose in it.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard.
Crafty bastard.
He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me.
Quiet!
Still,
boy-voiced
I'm
man.
glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around.
Laundry is in the
Turns
dryer,
out
and that is
he's
where it
from
will stay
Tabor.
till morning.
And again, most leather workers are.
It's where it
But our friend
belongs.
Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Yes, we should. It is.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble.
You fucking should have
kept my
done.
mind to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
This has cheered
That
me
was the
right
idea.
up.
Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's
Oh,
good to have
yeah,
you back, Blackthorn.
but it was your idea, boy-voiced man.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a curse breaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Yes, you do, you lazy sod. Instead of standing around moping.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. I wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted. I've got duties to attend to.
The world's
Thanks,
most
Clive.
realistic ventriloquist
Giving me
puppet.
my mate back.
You are right, fan. Quest complete. Level up. Drakeslayer's belt design draft. A diagram detailing the steps to craft a belt fit for a hero. Yes, I know. Design drafts. You have obtained the design draft for the Drakeslayer's belt. Design drafts unlock new crafting options at the Black Hammer. Visit Blackthorn in the Hideaway for details on material requirements.
Clive.
Use the
So it will be.
forge. We need Electrum. I don't know what that little symbol means.
Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff.
And Drakeslayer's bracelets.
That it? Fine.
That monster's taken quite a liking to it.
That's his name now, Ventriloquist Man.
I could have sworn we had a few more.
And when he was bitten by a radioactive wooden dummy, he became Ventriloquist Man.
How did we never hear about these guardians?
Oh, does it mean this? Maybe.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts?
A swelling chorus. It used to be I would step into a tavern only to find myself overwhelmed with requests to sing of Dion the Bold or the Curl and the Serving Girl. But now all anyone wants to hear of is Sid the Outlaw. You have made me a very rich man, my friend. Merry Mama.
You earned this.
I did.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
There are new billets being posted.
Right. And with that, we will save... carrying on with the main story, going over to Ironholm and the Iron Islands. Until tomorrow.